Yeah, good morning, good morning. Thank you for being here at 8 a.m. And we're going to try and make this panel as energizing as possible. You know, we're on the last day, so let's try and get it energizing. Thank you, Omar, and the team at NASA for hosting this outstanding event. I've had so many really interesting conversations with lots and lots of people. Last night I was at the bar with Raj from United, and by the way, the spicy buffalo chicken wings are fantastic. I recommend them, really good. And we had a long conversation, and I think we kind of finished off with the philosophy of the correlation between innovation and happiness, and you know that's obviously our end game. So that was a great conversation, and so that's wonderful. So we're going to try and keep this panel as kind of practical as possible. We want to kind of stick to like some tactics, some how-to, what-tos, and you know, so you guys can take away some key learnings. And I had a good chat with the panel yesterday. Well, I've just met Carlos just right now, but I had a good chat with the panel yesterday. We even went to the gift shop and bought some T-shirts and stuff. So we spent a lot of time together. You're going to get some real golden nuggets from these guys. So I think it's going to be good. Now, the pace of change of the market is so fast and volatile that all companies of all sizes kind of risk their own survival if they don't, focus on more disruption and more innovation in their core processes. And 90% of startups fail to pivot into larger companies. And 40% of the Fortune 500 may not exist in the next 10 years because they're not disrupting themselves enough. So with that said, the topic, as mentioned, is how corporations and startups approach innovation and what they can learn from each other. So if you guys could just introduce yourselves, keep it really short, hopefully 30 seconds, and kind of align it with the topic.
All right, good. So welcome and good morning, everyone. Sorry, I jumped panel. I was supposed to be in a later panel, but I have a flight, and Omar very kindly moved me to this panel, which is probably relevant for my experience. So I actually worked throughout my career in both large corporations and startups. I worked in Toyota, in Telefonica. I was heading the R&D team there. I was the chief innovation officer at another telco called Du in the Middle East. But I also been the CEO of a company called Lizard Tech in Seattle, another one called Extensys in Portland. And I'm currently the managing partner of a venture capital firm called Spice VC, which focuses on investing on blockchain. And as part of the work that we did within the fund, that we basically issue digital securities for the fund on the blockchain itself. We took the technology and founded another company called Securitize that specializes on basically settlement of digital securities using blockchain technology. So similar to what Bitcoin does for moving money, but for moving securities.
No problem. I have to share. No, it's fine. So one of the things I think is really interesting is that during the conversation yesterday, we found out that all of us actually have backgrounds in startups, and then we've all also worked on the corp side and also worked for technology companies. And as part of that, we ended up finding out that Mark and I, at my startup, that the London Olympics was my client, and actually Mark paid for that at his last company. And so there's a lot of overlap. We were on the data visualization side back then. So that's all I'll say. The rest we'll talk about through the panel.
And apart from being Scarlett's previous employer in some shape or form, so I'm at McKinsey. I help build digital businesses at McKinsey, which is probably a bit of McKinsey you don't necessarily know about. And to do that, I did 5 years in startups, did some fun, crazy stuff. Not quite as fast growth as Mark over there, but things like Candy Crush and Beats Music and a few other things there. And before that, long time at Adidas as well, doing Olympics amongst other things.
Well, good morning, everyone. Like Scarlett said, we all have experience in startups. I built my own a few years ago, of all places in the south of Spain. So I think that I get extra points. It was it was a startup in artificial intelligence. I was then acquired by Intel. So I spent a few years at Intel, a few years in Amazon, and I'm now at Roku. So I'm looking forward to discussing the differences between all these experiences.
Okay, so just before we start, we just want to kind of gauge the audience. So who here works for a startup corporation with over 10,000 employees, for a large corporation? Okay. And who works here for a startup or a late-stage startup with less than 200 people? Okay. And who here has actually founded a startup? Oh, okay, interesting. Okay, so we're going to have a good mix here. Okay, so Pilar, this question is for you. You've founded and sold a startup. You've worked for large corporations like Intel and Amazon, and now a mid-sized corporation, Roku. What do you think corporations can learn from startups, and which components of the startup should they take, and what should they not take?
I think that one of the key learnings from the experience on both sides of the equations is when you're a startup, it's basically you innovate or you die. But it's not like you die later. It's like you die tomorrow. So the pressure to innovate is constant. It's as if, we were talking about it yesterday, and it's like the need to breathe. It's like you cannot spend more than 2 minutes without breathing. So that's how it feels like in terms of innovation for a startup. When you're in a larger corporation, it's more like eating. So you can spend a few days, you can spend even a couple of weeks. Ultimately, if you don't innovate, you still die, but you still have a little more margin in it. So the learning is that, from my point of view, larger corporations need to learn more how to behave as startups, not to get to the point where your internal organs are already failing. Because at that point, it might be a little too late. I think that has to be a very clear, overt exercise in terms of understanding that innovation is a critical part of the process and it cannot be postponed. If you're going to have a healthy corporation, you need to eat 5 times a day. I don't know why I use that metaphor, but it kind of worked. Okay,
Carlos, a lot of later stage startups attempt to scale their innovations and struggle. What can startups learn from corporations about scaling their innovations?
Yeah, I think once you become certain size, whether you're a corporate or a large startup, I think that the main problem is that you have a flying plane, and you still have to improve the engine and everything while you keep it flying. And I think that's the main struggle I have for corporates to innovate when you have to fix something that is already working, and when you have a customer base, etc. I think that in my experience, both in corporates and startups typically lack processes. While corporates have too many processes. So somehow for startups, I think it's good, to learn from corporates to be more organized, have more processes and more ways of methods of, scaling, hiring, feeding people, training people, etc. But without, doing the mistakes of large corporations of having too many processes and too many, methodologies around things that, constrain the speed as you can move.
Okay. And Scarlett, you've got a lot of experience in organizational change in startups and large enterprises. The same question to you. What can startups learn from corporations to scale their innovations?
There's a few things. I think starting with its structure and longer term strategy. And so one of the amazing things about a company of 50 people is how fluid the talent is, and how you may be hired for one thing, but you're actually going to be involved in 10 other things. When you get to a larger company, the odds of that happening is much less likely. You're usually siloed in specific areas. And so I think on both sides there's learning there, especially when you're thinking about scaling, where you do need to have a more clearly defined role. And then as you do that, you have to make sure that we're not just looking for that. As the gentleman from Snap talked about yesterday, they were looking at things in 2-week sprints. You need to look at the long-term picture and the impact that what you're doing today, how's that going to change in a year from now and 5 years from now?
Okay. Mark, you have worked for several startups. You launched your own startup, and you work for large corporations like Adidas and now McKinsey's. What do you think the advantages that corporations have over startups?
I think there's a lot more than the corporations actually realise. I work with a lot of corporations now of all different sizes, and it's an amazing insight into across all these different categories. I mean, particularly across industries, everything from sort of skincare to aviation to anything going. I think that where the corporations have distinct advantages going forwards is going to be actually as we start looking into AI and we start looking at the availability of data and actually the scale of data that's needed to actually really start to deliver a differentiated product. I think it's going to become super interesting. I think the fact that corporations, they can do this, they don't always do this, they can think longer term, I think to Scarlett's point as well. They also have existing routes to market. And one of the biggest challenges, I was talking to somebody yesterday about this, but when you go into an organization with the power of that brand behind you, or a sales force behind you, you can actually open doors in a way which, as a startup, you just dream of. I remember when I was running Beats, and we had, Jimmy Iovine and Dr. Dre and interesting characters like that behind us. It opened every single door. I had friends that were running similar startups, and they just couldn't get over the starting line, or they could get to Series A, but they couldn't get to Series B. So I think there's a lot of things where a lot of big corporates don't necessarily realize the advantages they actually have, because they're looking at startups as a separate thing rather than a core part of their business.
That real quick, and I know you want to as well. The other thing that I would say, and I'm going to use a financial service example again, surprise, but is trust. So it's interesting because if you actually look, there's all these statistics around, millennials would rather go to the dentist than go to the banker, yet the big banks still hold a very, very large percentage of money, especially in the United States. And so outside of everything else, and the brand in that case maybe is not seen as positively, but still, people trust those institutions. They've been there for a long time. I don't think you can underplay how important trust is, especially with things like health and money, where they may be testing new things, but when it comes to those things that are so core to who you are, they still go with the more trusted, longer-term name.
I think one of the differences, I understand first the definition of a startup, right? A startup is basically a corporation, trying to find a solution for a problem, but that hasn't found it yet, right? So you're building a product thinking you're going to fix a problem, and then you need to really understand whether the problem exists or not, who has the problem, who's willing to pay for it, and how your product or technology actually solves that problem. And that means the startups have to constantly be experimenting, and they have the luxury of not having legacy or background or customers or a brand, so they can actually experiment, break things, and make mistakes. If you work in a large corporation, you can't experiment. Let's say if you work for a telco like I did, you can't experiment with the network, right? Because if you screw on the network somewhere, you bring down, hundreds of millions of customers that they cannot make a phone call. So like large corporations lack the ability to leverage the user base they have, the existing technology, and the channels to market because they're afraid about making mistakes that will impact a lot of people. So trying to figure out how you can actually bring the experimentation and the trial and error approach of startups into a large corporation is probably how to help large corporations to innovate.
I would actually turn that point around. I would say that in large corporations, you have more of an opportunity to spend resources on something that's not critical in startup, unless you're backed by one of the VCs that allow you to do that. You really have to focus on solving that problem. But I would focus more on what Scarlett said about the level of trust. If you have a big brand, they have a big at Amazon, I can speak about that. If you have a big brand behind it, you're granted that you already have something interesting. So you're already on the door. And as a matter of fact, sometimes you don't have the solution. But people believe that you do, therefore you have some more margin. You have the leeway to work, experiment, even fail, and people will still believe in you until you get there. If you're a startup, you better have the right solution at the door, and you better be proving yourself straight away, because you don't have that luxury. If you fail when you show it, you don't get a second chance unless you're somebody who already has that credit, right? So I think it's a very kind of double-sided.
Yeah, it depends. So yes, you have the luxury of dedicating resources for things that are not mission critical. And when I've been in large corporations, I always had resources that I don't have a startup. But it's much more difficult to use those resources in practical situations using the brand, the customers, or the existing platforms because of typically the business units will be very conservative, and they're all typically, because they're large corporations, they're mass market, and therefore they want solutions they know they can actually bring to their customers. So in my experience, it's always difficult to find how to leverage those corporate resources to actually go to market. So the research side and the invention part is fine, but the go to market or how to put it in the hands of customers usually is more complicated.
But I think where we're going here is the interesting part, which is actually how do you get to scale? And I think there's no lack of interesting startups doing interesting things. How many startups get to scale, to your point, is like 1 in 10 if you're lucky. And I think within a corporate environment, though, there is something really quite special in the fact that I think you can experiment a lot more. I mean, I've come across very few corporates who I would say they would say even have great customer experience. So I agree, changing a network's really hard, but actually giving a customer a better experience, far easier to do that inside a big, large business. Really hard, though, to then take it to scale. So I think that's the heart of the problem here is, where do you position innovation? Does it sit central to those BUs? Does it sit outside? Do you have some sort of hybrid where you want to bring it back in at some point? And how is that type of process, the scaling process, actually, that's the hard part?
Right. Okay. So so let's look at the different types of innovation related to this question. So, disruptive innovation. I mean, that kind of gets all the hype and all the marketing, and it's probably about 10% of innovation. But when it works, it kind of creates the big growth, right? It's where a lot of the growth comes from. What's the kind of different mechanisms you need to foster an environment for disruptive innovation as opposed to kind of core adjacent innovation?
I think disruptive innovation is what's more difficult to do for a large corporation, right? Because usually it's disrupting its own business, and therefore, there is pushback from the existing people and the existing business to embrace it, right? Because it's going to impact how they're making money today. If you look at the disruptive innovation theory from Clayton Christensen, basically it actually has a lot of examples of how companies that were the leading company, someone came from below, having a product that underserves the existing market, but eventually takes over. And yesterday we talked about Nokia and how when the iPhone came out, people dismissed it. And at that time I was in Telefonica, and my team was in charge of actually testing the devices before we put it on the network. And the tests of the iPhone were like the worst tests ever for any phone that Telefonica had ever commercialized. It was terrible as a phone. And everyone dismissed it and said, no one's going to use this phone because it doesn't make good phone calls. They just didn't understand this was not what the device was for. And I think Nokia and Palm and all these people that say, all these PC guys are now going to bring a phone to the market, had the same mentality. And the only way to fix that is actually be able to do that kind of as a separate business, not within the business, but as a separate business, a spin-off through an investment or an acquisition and keep it separately, etc. But within a large corporation, I think doing disruptive innovation is very, very difficult.
Can I disagree?
Give me an example.
Yeah, no, I'll give an example. I just think the point being, if you don't transform your core business, frankly, what's the point? So I think there's a huge number of corporates that we see and the clients and well beyond, where they do really interesting innovation work. The problem is they can't actually bring it back in and change their core business. So at the end of the day, there's probably a burning platform somewhere, and they're still going to die. They haven't actually changed the business. So I don't really often see the value of this innovation if you don't actually transform your core business. And I think you do see that way. I mean, the obvious examples are people like Netflix. They transformed that business completely. And have done very well on the back of it. And there are people, IBM actually have done an interesting transformation. There's a number of people in this space where you actually can transform at scale, and it's possible to do that. I think what it also goes back to, though, is there's two things. The first one is actually a lot of these businesses need to be customer-centric. I think that example of Telefonica is a really good one. And I'm aware of a number of other telcos who had the same conversation, where they didn't really understand their customer. They weren't judging it from the customer point of view. They were judging it from their business or their experience, their expertise. So one of the big changes we're seeing, and which is a startup you have to have, is you have to be customer-centric, because you've got to get market fit. And a lot of corporations, frankly, don't. The second part, and I think the thing which, Scarlett, we were getting really excited about yesterday, is you've got to have the right talent. And that talent needs to be not just like, hey, it's a bunch of kids, although that, frankly, that does help. Actually, talking about which, I think while we're here, I've got to ask this question. What was the average age of people in the control room here in Houston when man landed on the moon? Do people know that? 36? 30? It's 26, yeah. And how many times do you go into corporations, see a bunch of 26-year-olds sitting around running the corporation?
Yeah.
Doesn't happen. So there is a new type of talent. Millennials will be 75% of the workforce within 5 years. There is a new way of thinking, and corporates are struggling to get the right type of talent.
No, I think there's a whole bunch of corporates that what I call do total innovation really well, right? I was speaking to Fernando at Google X, or just X, and that philosophy is learn before you earn, right? It's they've got just long-term money. It doesn't really matter if there's a return on investment there, but yet they have kind of mechanisms and structures in their core business that kind of just foster innovation and continuous improvement. I think a lot of corporations, Toyota, you wouldn't think of Toyota, but they've the cutter kind of philosophy of, it's kind of inbred in the behavior of day-to-day work to always look for, to improve the systems. P&G, I mean, I think they've got like 70 people that just roam the world looking for adjacent innovations, and Merck, and there's a whole bunch of them. So,
I think Google is a good example of how to do disruptive innovation. They do it separately.
yeah.
Because I don't think that they will be able to do that within Google, considering the size of Google and the customer base, the focus on the existing business, etc. So I think that's a good example of what I was saying. If you want to do disruptive innovation on a different field, etc., then you probably have to structure it in a way that is separated and it has different metrics, different strategy, different people, and it's not constrained within the processes of a very large corporation.
I'd love to hear actually from Scarlett on this one, because I think I look at financial services though and go, financial services actually are transforming massively.
Well, they are, but to that point, there's a lot of back and forth with the autonomy is absolutely key, but then the challenges with financial services and these other industries as well is that you see there's so much pressure on short-term ROI, so you have to have a team that makes sure that they can do the small things and that they're seeing direct impact. But then all the institutions that I've been a part of and ones that I haven't been, that I've sat in the back room talking to peers of mine who have similar roles, is they are thinking about big things. They all are testing blockchain. To your point, you're not going to hear about it in the news, but it's stuff that will fundamentally change the banking industry moving forward. We don't have the scale and the economics don't make sense yet, but all of them are looking at it. And it's also interesting because through that, you've actually seen a lot of banks, like there's a lot of different consortiums with blockchain, right? And you see banks who are historically very much competitive actually working together to try to solve the same problems. But to your point, it absolutely goes back to talent. It's thinking about things differently, and it's making sure that you have the right experts in the room at whatever type of problems you're solving. Compliance, legal, those people are extremely important, because in areas like health and financial services where there's so much regulation, you need to have those people there, and then you need to have the people who think completely differently than you do to go and push back on that and say, but why, and then really move the business forward.
I think that there is also an important part of this, which is the culture of the company, that is very related to the talent part of things, because culture is the people that basically make up the company, and it usually gets established by the leaders of the company, but to some extent it grows. It becomes something of its own that you either control and grow in a certain direction, or it can grow in unpredictable ways. But I would say, from my own experience and from having talked to a lot of entrepreneurs, that the first step for innovation is disrupting yourself. I think that one of the best experiences of being an entrepreneur is to learn how to innovate within yourself. It's your own talent, it's who you are, it's what you learn, it's how you look at things, it's to broaden your perspectives. And once you assimilate that, then there is a chance that you can actually contaminate other people with that disease and make them disrupt themselves, make them, get out of their very singular perspective to start thinking about putting themselves in somebody else's position. And that creates a culture. That creates a culture of innovation where it doesn't matter where you are, whether you're in a startup, whether you are in your own corporation, whether you're in a 10,000 or 700,000 people organization. You can start disrupting yourself and everybody else around you. It's a mindset. You change the way you think, you change the way you work, you change the way you collaborate. And that generates both disruption at a bigger level, but also the small type of disruption where you know that you have a certain circle that you can influence, and you can make small changes that will create a domino effect, and that has an impact on the culture of the company.
Yeah, no, I think that's very interesting that you raise culture, and I'll come to you in a sec, Carlos. We do this annual survey where 660 executives from across industry, across the world respond, and we ask 37 different questions, etc. And 52% of executives cite that their top critical challenge is cultural transformation. The impact of digitalization and advanced technologies in terms of competition is having a massive transformational effect on businesses, and people are not keeping up, and they don't know how to kind of change the mindset and the behaviors. I mean, it's tough to do, right? So, and I I think one example. I mean, Uber. I mean, that's a company that spent a lot of time. Sorry, not Uber, Airbnb. That's a company that spent a lot of time designing its culture in its kind of first year. Another company came along. I mean, I think they had about 7 million of funding at that point. Another company came along that had 90 million of funding, had 3 times the amount of people, and they basically approached Uber and said, "Look, we either buy you or destroy you." They completely copied the model. But because Uber felt they had a kind of a business full of missionaries who really aligned with the mission, they persevered. They didn't kind of capitulate. And I just, I think that's kind of where, if you could design the culture where the DNA of the company really aligns and believes in the mission, it's a big deal.
But I think somebody mentioned this yesterday. I think culture is dependent on leadership, and it is really dependent on having the right mandate. And so what we often see is that if you don't actually have the CEO mandate, and it can be driven out the rest of the C-suite, but frankly, it's the CEO conversation. If the CEO is not going to drive it, it's not going to change. And I think there are examples where, I mean, the Uber one's interesting. Uber was actually a copy of another company called Taxi Magic, and it's really all about your ability to be agile and to pivot and to really sort of capitalize on the true opportunity. But I think there are lots of mic. But I think there are other examples where it's actually at scale. I don't think innovation here has to be just like the Airbnbs and Ubers of this world. I think we look to them, frankly, too much. And I think they're really hard to replicate. I look at companies like IMG or KPN in Europe, or even like what Lloyds is actually trying to do at the moment in the UK. They are really genuinely transforming their businesses. And they're doing it while they're flying the plane. And that's the really impressive part. I think there's different approaches like Telefonica approach where they've got the moonshots and it's alpha and it's separate. But I think the really interesting change here is a lot of these businesses who are killing themselves, I think to your point. And there's a lot of positive examples of big corporations doing that. It's not impossible by any stretch to do. It's not a separate behavior pattern, a separate thing can only be done in startups. I mean, Goldman Sachs launching a retail bank was Marcus. It's a huge change. I mean, that's 100 years of tradition changing like that. And so I think this change is possible, but it has to have that leadership mandate.
Yeah. Carlos?
I want to mention something about, it seems I'm the contrarian view here in this panel, but when I heard that financial services are really transforming, I think that, in innovation, there's a saying that in hockey, if you want to win, you have to skate where the puck is going, not where the puck is. And when I see what banks do, they're skating towards where the puck is, not where the puck is going. They are just doing, becoming digital. Man, this is already done. Everyone wants to be digital. So the fact that you're building an app or a website for people not to go to a retailer store, this is, 10 years old story. And when I heard of banks using blockchain, and I know quite a lot about how they do it and what they've done, it actually, they approach blockchain as a pure IT efficiency problem. Then they don't understand that blockchain precisely is to eliminate intermediaries, and because they are the intermediary, then there's no possibility they can embrace it unless they do it separately, because otherwise the current business goes away. When you experience how you can actually send money internationally, in seconds with a penny of cost versus going to a bank and do a bank transfer, with a, okay online experience and takes 3 days for the settlement to arrive and they charge you $50, then there's no possibility that banks will actually, move to the other side of it, because their business will fall apart. Unless they do it separately. And there's banks like Morgan Stanley that are, investing in separate business like Circle to kind of do it separately, because within their own bank, it will be impossible.
Yeah.
But isn't the challenge to therefore control that disruption? I don't think the challenge here is like, okay, fine, I've got to persevere and hang on until the last minute until I die. Because they're going to die, let's be honest, if they don't do it.
And they do, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's what large corporations usually do.
But I think the good players, should we say, or the people that do get it, are actually trying to cannibalize themselves. And the hard thing as a corporation is actually how do you control that level of change? And how much you can do it, you can outsource it, but you also, when do you bring it in-house, how's it going to work? But it's pretty obvious to most people that there is a burning platform.
Right. Okay. I think.
Can I just say one thing?
Sorry.
Sorry, because this. So not the blockchain example, because we can have. Let's go offline because there's a lot of thoughts I have on that. But in general, another good example for financial services away from blockchain is in the wealth management robo space. So there were proliferation of startups there. There are some that have certainly been successful, but then Schwab and others were like hip to the game really quickly, and they took all that business back because they had the scalability and they had the resources to do those same things more quickly. So you saw a ton of startups, and then all of a sudden Schwab was in that same game, and they actually expanded their client base after that.
Right, okay. And I think a lot of companies, when they kind of implement these change management programs, they're very good at the formal stuff. They just are really bad at the why, right? And kind of in terms of getting people to kind of believe and have a personal connection to the mission. Have you got any thoughts on that?
Is it really the question about how purpose actually can be used, and if authenticity is also important at that point as well? Is that where you're going with that? I mean, I just think that...
Yeah, so it's, they're very good at creating the structures and the formalized processes and all the that kind of stuff. And I think, we know processes are going to become more simplified and technology is going to get more advanced, and people tend to focus on that because that's the easy, predictable stuff. It's the changing the people's mindsets and behaviors. That's the hard stuff. And people are just bogged down in their day-to-day work that, they don't have time, right?
I think it's a couple of lessons. I mean, the first one, I think, to the chap from Uber yesterday was talking about, I think the importance of design can't be underestimated here at all. And actually having a proper design thinking approach, customer centricity. I think the second part of that as well, though, is it does, back to the talent piece, it does require a different type of talent to work in a different type of way. So much more cross-functional, a lot less silos. I mean, ultimately, the whole agile thing, which is, again, an overused buzzword, but you do need to work and operate in a different way. And that's down to everything from physical space to different type of talent to, but also leveraging some of your existing strengths as well. It's not just a process game.
The other thing is what are the targets, right? Like most large corporations, the majority of the top management, they have financial targets that are short-term. And that kind of goes against, building something long-term or experimenting, et cetera. They have a hard time measuring that and building that into the KPIs of the employees, so the employees can then focus on do that. And the majority of the top managers, their target is actually to hit the numbers of next quarter, and by releasing an early stage product or trialing, using your resources to try a new thing, it maybe saves you 5 years from now, but they just don't see that way because they don't even know whether they're going to be in the company 5 years from now. So,
right.
But if they miss the quarterly, targets, they're definitely not going to be in the company. So at the end of the day, the incentives themselves within the large corporations don't lend itself to innovation.
Back to the why, I think it goes to the mission. So if you think, because the purpose of this is between corporates and startups, right? All these corporates have maybe 5 pillars, 5 principles, 6, whatever that is. The difference with startups is, and I've seen this on both sides, is maybe they don't have that same level of structure, but it's their purpose and their mission is very clear. You walk into that building and you feel it. Like, it's just a different feeling. You walk into a corporation, some do it better than others, but the startups, every single person has that level of passion and they know their purpose there. They know what they're doing. And not only that, like, if you think about from the talent perspective, someone who's going to work at a startup psychologically has a different profile. Maybe they're more into risk. It depends on the stage, but the earlier you go, the more into risk that they are, as opposed to a corporation. So you think about that and you think, okay, you're taking a pay cut, most likely. There's not that same level of stability. You better be connected to the mission and believe in what you're doing, whereas you don't have that same thing necessarily. You can certainly have it on the corporate side, but maybe you're taking it because you want stability. You think, there's not going to be a big changes in the future. You know what you're doing every day. Like, it's just a very different talent profile, but the why seems to be much more clear the earlier stage you go with the startups.
I'd like to add to that. I think that we have to face the fact that not everybody is an innovator. Not everybody can be an innovator. So I believe that you can train people to be certain things, and I believe that you can train people to change their mindset. But there is something core to who you are, how you've been brought up, and the experiences that have shaped who you are today that have an impact on how you view the world. And then you hopefully, you can influence other people around you, but not everybody is at their core an innovator. And if you lead a massive organization, you better be an innovator at core. I think that's a critical part of things. You cannot teach someone to be an innovator. You can teach them process, you can teach them, some things, but if they don't live through innovation, if they don't believe that they can do that themselves, then it's very hard for that organization to move forward.
Okay.
And sorry, I'm just got a little extra to say. And when you think about that in terms of the talent that you have, you want people to have a healthy kind of confrontation. You want those people in your team that will do whatever it takes to get the product out the door as is, and to make sure that they have that level of quality. And I don't care what you want to get in there, but I'm going to get this out the door. And you want those people that want to push the bar and say, no, you're going to, increase that. You're going to do that extra thing. You're going to, add this extra feature that wasn't there, but we're just going to make it work. And you want that healthy level of confrontation in the corporation so that they keep themselves in balance, so that you don't destroy what you have, but you move the bar forward. That's the different kind of healthy diversity in terms of talent that you need in an innovative organization.
Right. Okay. Okay. So leading on from that, corporations are kind of very systemized, process-driven, bureaucratic, kind of very functional-oriented structures, and professionals generally, they kind of feel they have to almost be right all the time. There's weakness in not knowing the answer, and they almost beat the entrepreneur. They kind of beat it out of the person, and a bit like schools. They kind of beat they kind of instill the fear of failure. You understand what I mean? Now, what do you think corporations? What do you think the difference is, or what can corporations do to kind of reduce that fear of failure, where people don't feel they're putting their reputations on the line and kind of act more like a startup?
I'll take that one too. I think there is a big difference between the fear of failure, say, in a place like the Silicon Valley and everywhere else in the world. I think that the allowance for failure in the Silicon Valley, to a certain extent, is bigger in some senses and also smaller. Just to give you an example, one of Amazon's 14 leadership principles is be right a lot. A lot. That doesn't mean that you have to be right all the time, but you better be more right than wrong, right? So you do have some leeway to fail and experiment and go some way. And many of the things that you try as a company don't work, but you better be right most of the time and learn from your failures. If you go back to, say, Europe, and I come from Spain, and there are a lot of Spaniards around here that can vouch for that, the allowance for failure is minimal to none. The moment that you fail, you have that tag on your back. And it's not a learning experience. It's a, you better go away kind of experience. So the levels of allowance is very different.
I think, again, it's a matter of definition. I think there's two types of failures, right? You fail because you were trying to do the right thing with the right amount of resources, and you identify quickly that this was not working, and you fail and move on. That's okay, and that needs to be rewarded and not penalized. I think that I see a lot of failures as well, especially in large corporations, of people that they have the wrong job, they don't know what they're doing, they overspend money because the resources are there, they do something stupid, and then I think that type of failure needs to be penalized both in small and large corporations. So I think good failure in the sense of having tried to do the right thing with the right amount of resources and quickly identifying failure and not getting emotionally attached to what you're doing, I think is fine. But sometimes failure is because someone is incompetent, and that should be rewarded.
Yes. So I think a well-planned experiment, if it does go wrong, then sure, you should learn from that and move on, right? But what kind of mechanisms and systems could corporations particularly focus on to encourage people to experiment, explore, and not have the fear?
I think it goes back to what Mark said, which is starting at leadership. So as an example, you have an innovation team. You don't have to be necessarily fully transparent with the type of budgets that they were having, but they tried 5 things and 3 of them didn't work out. There should be a memo to the organization of, hey, here's what we tried. These things didn't work out, but here's what we learned. If the leadership isn't encouraging that it's okay to test and for it not to work out, then people are still going to be afraid. And so the more communication that you have, and not that you should celebrate when things don't go right, but it's just being very clear about, here's what we tested, here's what happened, and here's what we got out of it. So it should start at the leadership level and can move down from there.
Right. And actually, just an interesting fact, I think it's the Forbes 100 best companies to work for. Those companies beat the market, beat the S&P 500 and the Russell 3000 on in terms of annual capitalization, almost double. I think they kind of average kind of 11% per year, and your average S&P 500 is kind of 6%. So culture matters. You got to enjoy where you're working. And on that point, how can corporations foster a kind of a startup mindset and a culture of collaboration, where people from all functions and all levels can kind of form teams and get together?
I don't think corporations need to act as a startup because they're not a startup, right? So I think, as Pilar said, not everyone needs to be an innovator in a company. I remember in the past there used to be these programs of sending innovation challenges to all the employees, etc. I don't think that's the right thing to do. I think corporations need to understand they have two problems. One is they need to execute on the current products and the current customers, and then the second one is they need to figure out how to either build new products or how to disrupt themselves, and that's probably where the startup type mentality needs to be fostered and rewarded, etc. I don't think that every single employee needs to be acting as a startup in a large corporation, because then probably the business is going to fall apart. So, and you're running a business. So,
I would say that part of it is, it doesn't need to be every single person, but one of the challenges, the bigger the organization that you get, the more that you realize how separate you all are. And so one of the things that I did when this company was around 1,000 people at a head count is I spent time with the heads of line of business and the people below them, and we met on a quarterly basis, and I was encouraging them to, so I wanted to understand what their pain points were and where they saw opportunities. But as part of that, I said, where, outside of your specific, and not surprisingly, it started, and all the solutions they came up with were very focused on their direct department and what they were doing. And what was interesting is the different lines of business, and it wasn't only, so you have risk and all those other people in the room as well, is they were actually unaware of what each other were doing at the granular level. And so through that, they learned a lot about each other, and it was like, oh, actually my team can help with that. And so I just think you don't have to have every single person in the organization involved, but the more that you make sure that you're on the same page, and it's not just like a top-down approach, but it's the doers, it's the middle layer, that's the ones who are sitting there and having those conversations and thinking about things collectively, there's a lot more opportunity for success.
Yeah, and I think to build on that as well, I think life would be very simple if it wasn't for people. And the challenge here almost invariably is when you get into these corporations, it is frankly the people, and I think it comes down to siloization or tribes or whatever else you want to call it. I think what we see is like one of the really big unlocks is actually co-locating people physically and actually forcing them to spend time together. And it can feel really expensive to a corporation of like, why am I having to pay all these people to fly every week, or why am I having to get this space? And particularly the actual nature of the space, by the way, as well. I mean, like, the number of corporations still using cubicles is terrifying. But and it's just, there's some real challenges just there about those sort of ways, expressions of thinking different. And I think this is a bit of a startup mentality, and I think it can extend into corporation. The point being, though, is that it doesn't have to start from everything. It can start at really quite small. You can start to attract a different type of talent to work in this different type of way. The workforce is changing substantially. And that is something which, if these companies aren't adapting how they actually work, they're not going to attract the talent. And so once you start doing that, though, you can then roll it out across the rest of the organization. I've got a number of clients I work with, at telco in particular. These are all US companies, and I agree, there is culturally a very different mindset in the US compared to Europe. But, they started something really small. It was literally, they got an agency to get a floor on a building next door to redecorate it in a completely different way. And they put a few people there from different teams and co-located them all together. And they started this thing on a really, really small basis. It's now changed the entire organization and spending $500 million redoing the entire campus. It can happen. That's happened within 2 years. And I think but there is a mindset problem that a lot of people think this isn't possible. And it absolutely is, but it just has to start at the top.
The other thing, that made me think of another point. So the smaller companies, back to the startup thing, when you have 50 or 100 people, most likely the CEO is going to know every single person in that room. And there's something that, as an employee, you feel very empowered because now the CEO knows my name. The bigger the company, the harder it is to do that. So the more tangible you can make yourself as leadership, the better it will do, because they'll have a personal connection to and a personal mission. And we talked about this a little bit yesterday, but how do you incentivize people? Of course, money is part of it, but if I I did a test with this, and I said there was a competition of sorts internally for ideas, and then one of the opportunities was to get a cash prize or have lunch with the CEO, and almost every single person chose lunch with the CEO over a significant cash prize. And these were frontline employees where money is extremely important, and a lot of them are living paycheck to paycheck. They still almost all chose having lunch with the CEO or someone on the executive team.
I think the difference is that in a large corporation, the CEO probably, and that's not true in some cases, but in the majority of the cases, the CEO is just another employee, right? It's not the guy that actually started the business. In a small corporation, a startup, the CEO is the person that started the business, and then somehow he is more emotionally attached to the corporation, has set up the culture the way he wanted to do it, etc. So the employees more naturally follow him in terms of doing things. While in a larger corporation, besides the fact that they might actually not know him personally, is also because he's just another employee that was appointed by the board that 5 years from now will be someone else, and there is not that kind of emotional attachment to the job that they have. I think the large corporations that the founding CEO is still there, they're in nature more innovative than the ones that they have just someone appointed as an employee.
Pilar, just the last word.
I just wanted to say that I think it makes a huge difference when employees know where in the organization they stand and how the work they do fits into the larger picture. I think that when you're very zoomed into your everyday, your work, your group, what you're doing, and you lose track, you don't have a sense of how that reverts in the rest of the organization on what a critical part of it you are. That changes the perspective. You're no longer like a little piece, like a little bolt somewhere. You're a critical part of the organization. Right? If you fail, the whole organization fails with you. And that gives you a sense of empowerment. That gives you a sense of belonging. And that's critical to motivate talent.
Well, wonderful. Our time is up. Thank you so much. It's been a fantastic panel. Really enjoyed it. I think next is the... Have we got time?
Yeah, if it's really quick.
Yeah.
Everybody mentioned culture. I think a lot of it is more product principle. I feel like everybody keeps talking about culture. Isn't the product principle, like you said, Amazon leadership principle? Having those principles create a culture. Am I missing something? Or?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just jump in and say, I think I think there's a real risk, and I think there's a weakness, frankly, in Silicon Valley that we're all product obsessed.
Not product, but what I'm saying, innovation principle. Shouldn't you have some innovation principle versus just say the culture can create that innovation?
Well, I think you need to have vision, absolutely, and that's leadership. And that vision creates particularly the values, which is one thing we haven't discussed enough about. I think that will create that environment where that can happen.
Okay, thank you very much.